Welcome, welcome everybody. We still have ads running somehow. That's kind of surprising. What happened here? Let's wait a few seconds just so ads finish, and here we go. Hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Hello Hebe and hello Guppy. How are you doing, friends? What do we have here today? We have Guppy redeeming first, while Hebe is too busy grabbing Brie from the cheese zone. But for her trouble, Hebe got 21% more Brie, bringing her to 722% Brie, which hits for the second time in a row. A second 700% Brie achievement. Congratulations, Hebe. No, it is officially yours. Nobody can take it from you anymore. While I was busy grabbing 35% bouton culotte from the cheese zone, not bad. It's kind of surprising. I thought I did have bouton culotte before, but apparently not. What else do we have? We have Guppy redeeming hydrate and a posture check. Yeah, I can do that. A little sip of coffee as a treat. Ooh, hot. And also, thank you for the 33 months resubs, 33 months in a row, Guppy. That is so long. Thank you so much. For the 33 months of support. Boycott the cheese! It is made with mice! I mean, it's a mice cheese, but what do you mean it's made with mice? Nah. It's made by mice? No, it's eaten by mice. And hello, Hebe Cutie. Unleash the hydrates. Ooh, thank you for the giant emote, Guppy. That's a funny emote. I like it. Is it? Did you cause this emote? Is it because of you droning the streamer? You're playing Esoteric Herb and really enjoying it. Oh, what is an Esoteric Herb? I don't know that game. Maybe we should stop eating Brie or end up as Brick. Get into the dungeon. You're more circle quaded. Ah, here we go. Thank you, Hebe. I was struggling typing that somehow. 2.75 years, yeah. And a stretch. Ooh, neat. A little stretchy stretch. And another hydrate, another sip of coffee. Are you trying to burn me with too hot coffee? You're in great shape. And that is not a typo. I am sick. You barely gave a derogatory sniff. Ooh, Guppy's getting sniffed by Hebe. Oh my. And another posture check. My posture is good already. I already checked it. So you can check your posture. Alright, so yeah. Bit of a late start today. I apologize for that. I was with family, and as you know, when I'm with family, well, the time to drive back and get settled back in, etc. It does tend to make it a late start for the stream, unfortunately. It is what it is, but I am back. And that means we can stream, and we can finish the Gunpowder project. Yes, yes. The posture is meh today. Your lower back is killing you, oh no. Maybe you need to lie down or something? Wait, what? Did I hit the redoing of the recipes yet? I don't think so. I'm not using cauldrons, and my understanding is is the recipes is for recipe adjustment. Let's see. Oh no. It's not. In this update, we put significant effort into refactoring our conveyor system. Players interested in the technical detail, yeah. We have also adjusted some of the crafting recipes. Should I capture this? Let's see. Do I have a capture for Steam? I don't think I do. Maybe I can do that. And is there anything doxy about this? No. There could be. Hang on. Here we go. So I don't get a pop-up if somebody connects, so I don't dox people. Yeah, so that's the patch notes. So we have also adjusted some crafting recipes. As a result, existing saves may experience issues, such as certain devices no longer operating correctly or changes to core run output after updating. We have kept the previous patch available on Steam. If you prefer the previous patch, you can switch back manually. Rework the recipes for unstable catalyst, Blackpowder, and Stardust. Are you serious? Blackpowder, the one I just did. You better get your pillow. Lying down would kill you. Oh, okay, is that kind of backache? Yeah, I thought they already did that, but no. So let's see. So they updated the Blackpowder icon. So okay, so that's a new Blackpowder icon. That seems similar, isn't it? Oh, it divides the output by 2. It doesn't change the ratio, though. That's something we don't have. That's something we don't have. That's something we don't have. That might be... Are we using lapis? Or producing lapis? That could be. I have to check for that. And all of these are not stuff we were making yet. Okay. So it seems the only change is that it might just divide by 2 the output of our gunpowder, black powder thingy. I'm fine with that. If we have to make more machines for black powder, then we'll just make more machines, right? Still waiting for the added heat exchange with the environment. Factories cannot burn down. Oh gosh, that would be so hard. Recipe outcome can now be adjusted by adding catalysts. It is now compatible with standard Thanatos recipes. Heat consumption remains the same as the standard Thanatos. I don't think we're using the advanced Thanatos yet, right? Yeah, so I don't think we were making lapis lazuli. Unstable catalyst. Hotel Catalyst, right. Cauldron, we're not using good cauldron. So no multiplier on the cauldron. Oh, other changes. I did a new grand staircase with a 1 floor height. That is interesting. We'll have to check that out. Treasure hoard would be fun. Steam heat pad, heat conduction, heat consumption speed reduced. Okay, so that might make the steam heating pad somewhat useful, whereas before it really wasn't. Oh, I missed a lot of chat. Hey, Wariza, how are you doing? More palm for my pizza. You have to give a cheese name, not a whole sentence. But I don't. Yeah, no, Parmigiano Reggiano is a cheese in the cheese list. So if you grab a cheese Parmigiano Reggiano, you should be able to. Alistair would load his game and instantly the whole city would be up in flames, right? I mean, if they want to do that, I'm fine with it. But then they need to give us the ability to have shorter non-wood beams. So we can do some structural work without wood. Should have gotten the Matsu. Well, that would be a funny one. You just have to figure out the right wording. Though I think most of the cheese that are in the cheese list are cheese I have tasted. Not all of them, but most of them, or at least cheese I like that are common in France. Which wouldn't be the case of the Matsu because I have never tasted it, and it's definitely not a common one. You'll pass according to what you read on Google. You're dying. Mira was lying against the door, sleeping. She farted and made a weird noise against the door. She woke up and snapped her head to her butt, like something attacked it. And Doran, welcome in. How are you doing, friend? Welcome into the cheese zone today. Getting some monster, 35% monster too. That's a good roll. Nice. How are you? What the heck was that? The num 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 is the noises when you enter the cheese zone or grab a cheese from the cheese zone. And she quickly moved away from the spot, staring at it like a ghost got her. I looked at you, all like, help! I start numbing. Yes. So, Bronzy got stack increase. Oh, that's interesting. Yeast powder and gloom spores no longer carry the catalyst tag. Okay. Fixed an issue where the stone crusher incorrectly displayed the meteorite recipe. Interesting. Objects could occasionally fail to be selected using the bug clone mode. Okay. And optimize the main game scene. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so the only thing that should affect us here is this change of recipe where black powder output is divided by 2 by the looks of it. But the ratio of ingredients remains the same, so we're fine on that. And yeah. And the icon changed, but that's just an icon. Right. Yeah, the Matsu is the one with the maggots, yeah. That numbing scared you. It can be a little bit jump scary. I have before been jump scared by my own sound effects. I still intend to rework it a little bit to make it less jarring, maybe. You'll try almost anything once, but you think the wiggling would put you off. Yeah, I'm not sure I would try that one, to be honest. I don't know. I'd have to see, but that's a tricky one for sure. The save file was created in an older version. Some recipes have changed. Please check the patch notes for details. Continue. All right, that's nice. That's very nice that they have this warning, right? So you don't get surprised by it. I really like that. That's nice attention to detail. Same with the salad in Thailand, with live small shrimp. Yeah, I think in Japan also there's like, you know, these soup. They serve like as a starter basically. I think sometimes they have live fish in it. And it's considered like a rare delicacy, like small fry basically. I don't know that I would eat that. I'm not sure. But at the same time, you eat like not mussels, but the other one. I forgot the name even in French. Oh gosh, what's happening to my brain? They used to have little fish in alcoholic drinks? Interesting, so that might be the one I heard about? Possibly. Yeah, I don't know. Basically you get a salad and they have a tank next to it, they fish out some shrimp and throw them into the box and quickly close it. Okay, I never heard about that one. Interesting. I can promise you never tried it, Guppy. You wouldn't eat Guppy? Mini goldfish or something? Yeah. It was outlawed. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. Fish roe and caviar, big pass, yeah. Humanity's fucked. Time to go into space in X4 and start the Guppy Empire. With consent made. Ooh. Alright, so let's check this out. So that's our Blackpowder build. I just want to check that the recipes are still properly set. Yeah, that should be okay, I believe. So the only thing is with this change, we had what? I think it's 12 machines, right? Because if I come on, picker. Yep, that's it. So that's 6 machines per side. So we have 12 machines, and so now each machine is outputting 5 black powder per minute, where it used to be 10, I believe. So that would mean instead of having like 2 black powder per second produced by this, we only have 1 black powder per second. I don't know, did they change? No, they didn't change the heat value of the black powder. So it's not just made denser or something, it's just you produce less with one of these setups. But we can have more setups if need be, so that's not a huge deal. Okay, so what we had done last time was we worked this entire distribution system that we have going across the factory. Let me go and show you. Mostly we worked on this building. So yeah, we had... Oh, come on. Lurk, good luck with the factory. Thank you, Guppy. Thank you for the lurk. I do hope that your back feels better soon. Having a back is important, as it turns out. Ask Chasecraft. If some of you don't know her, she's a streamer who is quite fun to watch. And she has been having, for the past few years, very severe back problems, which means that she basically has to stream lying down on her couch. And basically can do very little other things. So that's a big issue. She jokes that aliens stole her spine. And hopefully someday they give it back. But I don't think we're quite there yet. Hey Idlin Light, how are you doing? You thought fish didn't have spines. No, they do. They do have a core data. So, like in the species classification list, you have like invertebrates like octopods or things like that don't have any spine-like things. But then you have a whole like branch of the tree that's called the core data, and part of this tree is the mammalians that have like the spine like we do, but even things like we were talking the other day about what are they called? Oh, come on. Is it Tunisiae? No, it's not that. Don't think so, at least. I mean, technically, they are core data. So, no, it is the one, Salps. Yeah, it is the one we were talking about the other day. So let's see if I drop that in here. No, not the entire. Well, I guess that works. So even if you look at these organisms, but I'd like to have the. Hang on. No, I don't want to rename it. I want to remove it. Oh gosh, I'm making a mess of things. Here we go. So you can see it better here. That's a colony of organisms that are basically a tube, a semi-transparent tube. And you have for each of them, and they're kind of glued together loosely. You can see them around like 2-3 meters depth generally when you're diving. And so each of them have this black... Ooh. Hang on. So, welcoming Idling Light. Grabbing some raclette from the cheese zone and getting 20% more raclette today and becoming a grand total of 101% raclette, thus grabbing the 100% achievement for raclette. Congratulations. Oh my, +1 over 100%. Nice point landing, right? The only thing you could have done better would be to hit like square on the 100% and test if my bot is programmed correctly and doesn't like if I didn't mess up the less or equal with versus less. But yeah, congratulations on the achievement. And yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you, Eileen Light. I'm doing great. So yeah, these organisms, you see that each of them here, they are in a like 2 rows, one next to the other. Each of them has this kind of black ball, and then you can see a faint white-ish thing, and that's the core data. And this core data is basically like a central neural system that's the ancestor of our spine. And so even fish are core data organisms. So they do have, I mean, it's very visible on a fish because you have this central spine in the middle where all the other spines are attached to, right? It's basically a rib cage. But so yes, fish do have a spine. And even these kind of organisms that are completely squishy and don't seem like really something that should have some kind of the spine, and they don't have bones, these ones, but they do have this kind of spine-like structure. You love it when I not talk to you. Well, I turns out I often do not talk. Turns out I am a nerd. The more you know. So yeah, it's an interesting fun fact about... Explains why you like me so much. Oh, thank you, Hebe. Ubu. Okay, so let's close this diversion into a diversion. I was talking about what we did last time, I think. Oh gosh, this is such an ADHD stream. So yeah, we installed this system. We previously had a very similar looking system, but we only 3 belts going through it. So this is a system that distributes items throughout the factory. You can see the items moving up and down throughout the factory to these elevators going floor to floor over here. And then they get distributed along the walls to the different systems that may need it, right? And then when we get to a build like this one, well, you have an elevator that picks items off of the system and brings it to the build, so they can get... So what do they get? They get... Oh, a rare diamond going through. Squirrel. They get fertilizer, they get money, and they get fuel, but they can get no fuel in 2 forms. They can get fuel in the form of Blackpowder that we are... Well, they can't quite get Blackpowder yet. That's the issue, we haven't connected it yet. And previously they could get fuel in the form of cork powder. We would have replaced the cork powder by black powder, but as it turns out, we have builds like the steel build that is over here that do need cork powder. As you see here, we are consuming a lot of that. So yeah, we need that to still be distributed over here. So we changed the system to give it more capability. So we reworked this entire building. And we took the opportunity also to get things a little bit neater. For example, over here, actually I should go down here. Yeah. So over here before, we had materials going over and across through a wall to the other buildings over there. Instead, now we have the materials going through this wall here and above this arch, and then they get sent to a very similar looking system on the other side and connected normally. So you see here that we have, so this is where the items used to make it to this side, and then we had all these belts across the floor everywhere, and it was super ugly and I hate that. So we're not doing that anymore. Why am I here? That's not where I intended to go. No, we are going through this wall here that's exactly across the one I just showed you. And we're going there. And then we're going through this wall here. Right under this column that's going to be distributing things across this building. And I fell down. Duh. Can I make it back up? Nope. Well, I guess we jump down then. And we try to make it better. Right, so that's where the items end up at. And so now you see that we have things coming right under this, and this is not using the new system. So we need to refactor what we have on this side of the building. And possibly, I'm kinda thinking it would be interesting to also have the items come across here and just get distributed along this wall, right? And then we could... Yeah, because we have reserved a space for a similar looking system here. We just aren't using it at all. So we could, like, get into this reserved space and distribute stuff. So that's the goal here. That's the goal. So yeah, my objectives for today are to finish distributing the Blackpowder everywhere across the factory, possibly increase the production of Blackpowder to match the demand, and then if we do have time, hopefully maybe we will start the design of something new. I guess we'll have to pick what we do. Could be... Oh, let's see, no, rather look at the tech tree. We could start working on the growth potion if we wanted a better fertilizer. Or we could look into these that are just under the advanced assembler, like Pocket Watch and the Clockwork Bird. This looks nice. And this... is the Malachite the one that changed? No, I don't think it is. I think the one that changed is the Lapis Lazuli. Yeah. So, yeah, maybe we could have a look at one of these. So we'll see. We'll get to it when we come to it. Thank you for the lurk, Wazriza. Have a great time lurking. Alright, but first things first, we need to take a look at this system. And this system has a little bit of an added complexity, if I remember. Right, so this is a distribution system. I think that's where Saturn artifacts or something come down, or maybe the Mars artifacts actually. Yeah, it might be the Mars. So we'll have that to take into account. And the second thing is... we might have to go look over there. Let's add a few floors. Also, we might need to go check out the grand staircase. Yeah, that would be an idea. But first, real quick, let's look at that. Okay. Yeah, so we have a completely different system here because we are merging Blackpowder from like several different sources. And I guess money too? Oh yeah, because the system above does produce money. And so we'll need to deal with that too. We'll need to remerge a cork powder onto the cork powder system. Yeah. And maybe we'll want to have something like, hey, you take black powder first, and then if you don't have any black powder, you take cork powder. Taking into account that some parts of this build do need black powder, cork powder, sorry. So this is making steel, so this needs cork powder as an ingredient. So basically this little bit requires cork powder. But we can work with that. That's totally something we can work with. It's just that we need to be careful what we do with it. And over here, so over here we have this system continuing upwards. We have bank portal also. Right, so this system is heavily modified, going all the way up to the top of this building. And of course also, if I do go back downstairs here, the output of this is going over here and going inside that, right? And this is money, so all of this needs to make its way back down. So yeah, there's that too. In other words, there's a lot to be done. Right, and then... this also is going to convey cork powder downwards instead of upwards, I guess. Because most of these floors above are making cork powder. So I'm not sure how I handled that. If I brought it downwards and upwards, I guess that's what I did. A big part of refactoring such a system is remembering what I did. So for most of these floors, let's see. So that's all cork powder, right? Yep. Can I just open this wall? Yeah. Yeah, so we do have... sorry, I bumped the microphone here, I think. We do have a line of cork powder going downwards and behind another line going upwards. And the issue here is that one of the spots taken by this is the one that will be taken by the Blackpowder. Yeah, so we have our work cut out for us, I guess. Oh yes, that is the output of the Mars artifact. Yeah. Can I just install a safety here? Maybe. Do I have space to install a safety? Well, yes and no. Not really. Though, I guess I could have... No, that wouldn't work. Well, end of day. I'm kinda impressed that we're still making money despite the fact that we are producing very little at the moment. Like, most stuff are running out of fuel actively. So let's see here. I think what we can do, probably, is instead of having that right against the wall, we can have that one block away. And that should be okay. No, it's not. My bad. 2 blocks away then? Oh, come on. Yeah, 2 blocks away. Okay. So, yeah, I can't fall into that. That's the safety I was looking for. Good. Alright. Let's see here. Yeah, that removed this entire thing. Do I need to keep it? I don't really think so. Alright, so first things first, we have this system which could be going across. And I think I kinda want to have it going across. But also we want to go up. So that's a few things we need to deal with. Actually, do we need that? Maybe not entirely. So we can have this go straight, basically. That's totally possible. We definitely are going to need to remove at least these blocks. Nope, not the wall. Oh, come on. Still not the wall. Anyway, I can have scaffolding right there. Possibly. Yeah, let's go. Okay, that is better. I think I will remove these temporarily, but we will replace them. So, where did I place that? That was not where I intended to, that's for sure. You can go straight. Oh, nope, that's the wrong position. Is that more in line? Not quite sure. But, where is... No, I was using this. Up. Still no? Okay, we'll just place these temporarily, just so we can aim, because it's just very hard to see what lines up with what over here. Better. And then I can remove these for now. Right, that's better. So, we do have cork powder going across, perfect. Let's see. I'm trying to think... So we need them going across, but then we'll have like 4 lines going across, right? Like this. So how do we get stuff upwards? So I'm thinking maybe if we have like an elevator over here for these to go across, and then like this is on a belt or whatever. And so both of these are belts. Then we can have elevator going upwards. Right? So we can pick up these items. Dang it. I keep hitting the wrong key. I keep hitting T instead of R. So annoying. So that's a possibility. And then the center ones... where do I pick up the center ones? That's a good question. I guess the center ones could split, for example, over here. And go back, or be dealt with, like, backward. Hey, Tuskog! How are you doing? morning. You went to sleep at 6 a.m. yesterday. And tomorrow at 9 a.m. you have an appointment with a psychologist of France Travail. Why you're going to sleep? Well, that's always a bit tricky. It is always a bit tricky when you need to wake up on very low sleep. My trick is a lot of different alarms. And stress helps. In my experience, when I have like an important meeting, I can actually wake up even on fairly low sleep. But definitely, like, don't go to bed too late. Like, there's a limit. If you go to sleep like at 4 a.m. and you need to wake up at 6 a.m., then that's not gonna happen. You just can't sleep. Very easy to wake up that way. Well, that's the other option, I guess, yeah. All-nighter. You think you'll sleep 4 hours, do the appointment, sleep 4 hours afterwards. Yeah, afterwards you can go and nap if you need to. That's not a huge issue. The issue is to make it to the appointment. That's the important bit. I need to check something from the other systems we had. What elevator was doing what? Oh, of course. Right, so we have these two. So cork powder behind. Wait, why do I have cork powder on? Oh no, that's cork powder in front. And we have black powder behind. Okay. And then in front we have nutrient, and behind we have the money. Show me the money. We still have this coin that's floating in midair. There used to be a machine over here. And when we moved it, it moved over there. This machine used to be over there. And so when we moved it, we cut and pasted it. And there was a coin left floating for some reason. And it's been a few updates. It's still there. I think it's there to stay. You need to put your phone further away because you had an erotic dream with Griot. It's last night and woke up at 4 p.m. with your phone near you, all alarms off. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Also, what is... First of all, an erotic dream with Guillaume Meurice, why? Second of all... I guess we can't control that, right? Second of all... How did that lead to all alarms getting turned off? I'm not quite sure I have the... Or is it like you use your radio as your alarm and you were hearing the radio and your brain turned it into an erotic dream somehow? You think Scott broke me? Maybe a little bit. Let's just say I have questions. Many questions. That's not ideal. They need to get across each other. Well, I guess I could have them go across each other. It's not ideal, but it's possible. These elevators... Yeah, not quite sure what to do here. The phone was too close to you, so you managed to grab it without fully waking up. I see. Yeah, that does happen. That is an issue indeed. So how about you watched one of his streams yesterday? Wait, his streams? I didn't know that. So I guess that's why you dreamt of him? Also the fact he's hot and smart and vegetarian and funny. I wouldn't be able to tell you about the hot part. Not really my type, surprisingly. Alright. Let's try to get a little bit of order into that chaos. So either I go in here with a slightly different order than usual, and then I fix things upwards, or I could like pick things up here, go up, and then possibly reorder things upwards. That's also a possibility. In fact, that might be my favorite option. So we could have like a shelf over here and have these like come across each other upwards. Then that would make things relatively trivial over here. Like we can... let's see. So we want the money behind. And basically on top of these two needs to be the elevator that goes up. So I think my idea here would be maybe we go one further upwards. I don't want to remove the entire thing. And then maybe we have elevators over here that like just bring the items back down, and then we have a free level to go and mess with things upwards. Or other option, we remove these blocks in the middle. That's even maybe cleaner. Oh, but these would be seen from downstairs. So these blocks need to be there. Okay. Then yeah. Then we keep what I was planning to do, where we have items going across. No, but they go further, in fact. Hang on. So if you just arrived in the stream... Oh, we have ads going on for 50 seconds. Okay, so let me talk about this in 50 seconds. But yeah, if you are confused about what we're doing, don't worry, I will explain it. I just needed to unconfuse myself for a moment. Because as it turns out, it's very hard to explain what you're doing when you're confused about what you're doing. All the things that let this grand asperge do to me. Okay, that's a quote. I'm sorry, Otoskolk, but that's becoming a quote. That one was deserved. Alright, so yeah. If you just came into a stream and you're like, what the heck is this? What is happening here? What is Alastor doing? So, we are installing this item distribution system that distributes money, fertilizer, fuel and coke powder across the factory. The fuel currently is going to be the Blackpowder once we connect it. And so it's these 4 pipes going here, and then we need to bring things all the way up this column that goes all the way up the tower, right? So that's going to be what we are looking at. The pipes going through the wall are the input for this entire building. And that comes from the other side. So I'm trying to figure out how we both get things across above this arch that we have over here that's decorative. We're going to have 4 blocks over there. So it goes out this way to this part of the building and feeds all these builds that you see across. And basically goes onto these shelves, etc. And at the same time, I need to send items upwards, all 4 of them. But also I need to keep my system relatively standard so that when I connect something somewhere, I know what's happening and I have blueprints of some parts of the system so I can connect from one floor to the other, etc. to make things easy. So we have money over here that needs to go in an elevator that's on top of this one. We have over here a fertilizer that needs to be in an elevator that's on top of this one to connect to this shelf, both of them. And then afterwards, we have coke powder that comes out of here that needs to go on an elevator that above this particular belt. And we're going to have the black powder that goes in an elevator that's above this belt. And that's the slightly trickier part because it means they need to cross each other. So we'll deal with that in a moment. But so first, I think we can have money go over there, go across here, and then we can just get it, nope, wrong item, out of here. And we set it upwards. And I think that needs to end up over here. Oh, wait a minute. It needs to be one further. Okay, it needs to be above this, actually. That's fine, that makes my life easier, actually. Yeah, these shelves will go slightly further down than they are currently going. Nope, belt. Let's go. And then over here, It's kind of awkward to have this system be offset compared to what's below, but it is what it is. It actually makes things easier to deal with, so I really shouldn't complain. So that's gonna be fertilizer. Right, so we just need to connect them now. And... well, this needs to be an elevator. So it connects the money that's on the bottom to this. And so we should see money going up this elevator shortly. What did I do? Why? Why no money? Ah, wrong elevator over here. Okay. And then this one is very easy, because we just need to have the fertilizer come out. Okay, so that's 2 items dealt with. This is going across. What do I do here? I guess this can get removed. And so this entire thing we are installing is not going to be visible from the bottom. That's the nice aspect of it. From below, you will slightly see the outline of these on the edge, but that's about all you'll see about this system. So it's completely seamless. Okay, so money is going across. Good. Slight... okay, that's not connecting to anything on this side. I did not check. That would have been quite awkward if I injected money into a random belt. And fertilizer. Aha! You know, one thing that's very telling that Utaskog is stressed about this appointment is the fact that you didn't redeem a tongue twister yet. Usually that's your first redeem. Oh gosh, I cannot see behind. Okay, let me do this in a slightly easier order. And then this one here. Good. Good, good, good. So of course we need to connect that. And we also need to get them to their destination. So, how do I do this? How do I wanna do this? We are going to have something over here. Interesting, because the elevator needs to be on top of this, in fact. So... I mean... I almost want to have an elevator over here and hide it. Or I could... have a block there, but wouldn't a block detract the line side? Maybe I have something like that, so it doesn't spoil the view. And then maybe we can have our elevator going upwards like this. Wait, no, that's supposed to be cork powder, isn't it? I think so. Let me check. I really don't want to get confused. It would be very awkward to get it wrong. Right, cork powder is in front. Well... then maybe we can do it. What if... I have an elevator here, and then I don't see anything behind, so kind of bait myself here. Well, let's remove that real quick. So we'll have the elevator over here. And we need to get the Blackpowder across to them. While it is happening. So we can do the switching right here, I think. Yeah, because if I do this, then I can have hole one here. Interesting. I need a box to stand on. Yeah, so I can have a lab stand right here. And so this can be a belt. No problem here. Actually, this can just be a single big lab stand. Good. That's my elevator going up for this material. Then we can have the elevator for the cork powder. You're recharging headphones to cancel the vacuumer noises. Oh no. Yeah. Welcome back. Yeah, was saying the sign that you're stressed about disappointment is the fact that you haven't redeemed a tongue twister yet. Which is usually your first redeem. Like when I saw your message, I was like, oh, that's kind of a short tongue twister. Wait, that doesn't read like a tongue twister. What's going on? You just have to vacuum real bad. Stress vacuuming, that's a new one to me. The state of the house, yeah, that does happen. Into your dream, this house was a mess. I can imagine Guillaume Maurice receiving a mail that's like, dude, your house is such a mess, you should clean up. I'm being super confused. Like out of nowhere. I saw it in my dreams. The heck is wrong with them? Oh gosh. I'm sorry. I'm okay. I need a shelf. Oh. That's kinda awkward. Is the elevator what's preventing me from... Yeah, I could see that. Is there a way... Maybe not. I mean, I could have this one tile higher. I could also... Could be a good idea. I guess I could also have beams that go across. Oh wait, these are lower than the other ones. Huh. I misplaced these arches. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. That's kind of funny. But yeah, I could have like conveyor beams go across with the items. That could be an option for the diamonds. Although it would mean like reworking things over there. I just don't really like having this belt on the floor. But I guess we can work it out later. It's okay. We don't have to figure this out right now. This is already offset to the ground. I'm just... trying to think. And sometimes thinking is hard. Where's my shelf? Help. I tried to lock the position and somehow it decided it wasn't placing it anymore. What do you mean, valid position? Like, where is my shelf? Okay, can I, like, cherry pick a blueprint of a shelf? Like this. Because then it does accept to... Well, that's weird. No, don't shift. Right, so I cannot have a shelf break. And I suspect it's because of this elevator over there. So if I remove this, then I should be able to have a shelf like one higher, I think. Right here, yeah. But then it's kinda awkward. Sliding into someone's DMs like I dreamt we were making out in our in your house, but it was filthy. When's the last time you vacuumed? That would be funny on one side, but also very disturbing. Especially if it's somebody you've never heard about, right? Like, if Hebe sends me a DM like that, I would just find it funny, because that's very Hebe. But if it's a random someone, I have no idea who they are, I will be slightly disturbed, I think. It will be depending on how well you know them. Yeah, exactly. Or like someone who like chatted once would be like, okay, that's kind of weird. There was that time you dreamt that I locked you in a fridge? I don't remember you telling me about that. That's a funny one. Okay, so now I could have this floor hole like that, this wall hole like that, I guess. Or I could just have it like on the floor, literally. Literally against the floor. Probably the best option, actually. Hey Zeta, how are you doing? Welcome in. And welcome into the cheese zone. Getting 11% more SummerSlam today. Ooh, nice. I had SummerSlam this weekend. It was nice. I like SummerSlam. It's a tasty cheese. Okay, so these ones need to be stone. Because that's my design, right? Ooh, and Utterskog grabbing some trou du cru from the cheese zone. Only 8%, that's a very small amount. That's very unlucky. Even for a trou du cru grab. But hey, you're 97% trou du cru. Getting quite close to the achievement here. Nice. New cheese, yeah. Nice. What else? Okay, and so like these could all be like scaffolding. And now I can get down from upstairs. Well, I guess this doesn't even need to be scaffolding, to be honest. I could just be like this and have a belt right here. And so now it would be on floor level. Though if I did want to, it would be possible. Well, would it? Yeah, I guess it would be possible to later on maybe have like a beam belt going across, right? For example, we could have conveyor passage, something like that. Would be kinda difficult actually for the first one. Like, how do I connect something to without connecting to that belt? But I think it would be possible because technically this belt, well, no, that kinda needs to be either a belt or an elevator, whatever I do. I'm not sure. But we can always figure it out later. Imagine the one person who named their cheese Trou du Cru. You can imagine them giggling every time someone asks them if they have a Grand Cru. I guess it would work better for a wine, but yes, definitely. I mean, let's be honest, they knew what they were doing when they did that. That's a very deliberate naming choice. They knew exactly what they were doing. You have Grand Cru for tea? Yeah, but I think it's more like a beverage thing. I don't know if that applies to like food stuff. For me, a Grand Cru is like, oh, there's a good year for this beverage. I don't know. I'm not certain. It could be. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm trying to think of other things that have a Grand Cru. Yeah, oils too, but that's a liquid. Like something that's solid that you eat rather than drink. Guess, yeah, oil. You can cook it into things, but you can drink it if you really, really want to. I'm not quite sure why you would do that, but you can. But yeah. Is there anything that you'd eat that you'd call a Grand Cru? Not that I know of. Or at least not right now. Okay, so all of that... Well, we need to send fuel to all of these lines. But that's totally something that can be done from downstairs, right? It doesn't have to be cork powder, I don't think. Because that's a salt and salt-based things production. Yeah, it doesn't have to be... Okay. And of course we need money on this belt, but that's easy enough because that basically lines up with the rest. Maybe let's not remove the entire floor. I'd just like to... Makes it easier if you make the noise. Right, let's begin with that. Save? Yeps. It always gives me a mild panic attack when I remove things and it's saving and it's like, nope, not doing that. I like the popping noise. It's a fun noise. We're popping balloons. Oops. Whee! A bit too far. Thankfully, when you try to remove the floor accidentally, it doesn't cancel everything else. That would be such an annoyance. Like, everything that stood on this floor is cancelled. No! What are you shooting towards? If you don't mind. Nothing! Right. Perfect. How did I miss one? Okay, so these want fuel. And this is diamonds. And this can all get removed. A race of moles in... is that Guild Wars too? Make that noise? Not sure what GW2 is. Yeah. Let's go. We will need... to somehow feed this build. It needs all three. We'll see what we do. Oh, wait. Worst case scenario, we could have things go through the wall here still. Like it used to. But just to feed that build. Or I guess we could... I mean, yeah. We do have the system now. So why the fuck not? We can just have this. And use it. Yeah, that's much cleaner. I guess that's true for these two. We could just shoot onto them. Rather than do whatever the fuck we were doing. Right. I like this idea. Why were we elevating this real quick? Is there a reason? Or can we just get rid of that? Yeah, no, there's no reason really. I don't like how we're doing it, but at least let's make it like slightly less annoying to look at. No, I don't have the wall hole in that list. I mean, I could, but I don't. What do you mean it's not connecting? Oh. It's too high, that's why it's not connecting. My bad. Let's try again. Aha! That's better. Alright. Okay, that's... Look at that. This floor is already so much cleaner to look at. Even if we use a belt for this, we can just have a belt that goes across this, rather than like in the middle of the floor, right? You can't find them. You should go to bed, Healy, before you get yelled at again. Have a great night. Thank you for being here and for being your lovely self. But maybe you'll be back later if you can sleep, considering you're not tired at all. You'll see us in a bit. Well, you will be welcome back, of course. No, don't you dare come back. Let us know if you need our services to lock you in a fridge or something. Alright. So we'll clean that up later. Let's see about that. So we have... Right, so I... Ah! What does the grand staircase look like? Oh, we need the silk for it. Oh my gosh, it's so big. It looks nice, but also, like, how do you integrate it into the build? Maybe over here? Would be a possibility? Would it? Let's see. Oh. Possibly, assuming it doesn't need full floor support. Which I'm not entirely certain about. Should we... No? Ah! I changed mode. Well, actually, if I change mode, that removes this, whatever, I don't care. So let's cut this, and then we can try it. overlapping, and invalid position. So would I need full floor support? Overlapping invalid position. Possibly because it's a big floor? Don't think so. Okay, let me... The save game scared me again. Let's try to do it downstairs in a place where we can see what we're doing. Finally. Oh, you mean about the quote? I used up all the lube? No, finally a video without a voiceover or without too many people making noise with their weapons. Oh. The mole's noises. Hang on a second. Let me place this back. Yep. Correct location. So, we can go down and try the ground staircase downstairs. And let me see your video. I'm not sure I hear it. I only hear the sounds of combat. I don't hear what you're... From the malls? Yeah, I just heard the noise of them getting hit, basically. So let's jump down. Maybe actually we shouldn't have jumped down. I don't know. I mean, we do have some space over here where we can do stuff, so... Might be tricky, actually. It would be nice if we wanted to make a shop on 2 floors. But it's a bit late for that. It is a bit late for us to do that. We can always try. Oh, I need linen before I do any of this. Let me grab some linen. Yeah, it's upstairs. I'm getting lost in my build. It's been so long since I grabbed any amount of linen for anything. Okay, let's see. Okay, so the top can't be obstructed. It looks kinda cool. What does the bottom look like? Okay, so it's entirely closed. So you do lose the space below the staircase. And I assume you can have walls on the sides. I mean, yeah, I have a pillar, but I could have walls. Okay. And can I place it like on any surface? Can I place it here? No, it doesn't have to be explicitly on the floor. But I assume it has to be like entirely on the floor, Yeah. So that was kind of the issue upstairs. It's not a floating staircase like this. This is a floating staircase. It's not entirely supported. The other one, the ground staircase, has to be entirely supported. So we could like replace these ones, but then we wouldn't have space to move inside the house. So that would be the issue here. So I don't think we'll use it in this factory, just because what we've designed didn't take into account the possibility of doing this, unfortunately. Like, I would definitely use it over there if it was able to be floating. But here I'd need to have like an entire floor here that would look bad from below. So I'm not doing that. And also, like, why would we have a grand staircase right here? You know? It really only makes sense on the shop floor, I think. But you could have this and like have a grand staircase, or maybe two grand staircases and make it a multi-floor shop. That would be cool. But it isn't what we do. So... Okay, so let's continue our system here. Working on the system. Right, so we'll have to kind of have a relay somewhere around here so we can like mess around with the money and stuff. The money and the cork powder. And of course, we will need to transmit down that thing. So that's the money going down. Yeah, we might need to have also like an extra elevator. So we have money going down right in front. We have the Mars going down on this side. And we need a third one for the cork powder going down from the other floors. So that's gonna be a lot of things going down. And these two. Yeah. Well, so yeah, we also have cork powder going down here. That's a lot of things. I'm kinda thinking... I mean, it would somewhat make sense to have it go... a little bit further up, so it can, like, work with this system, possibly. Or even to have it, like, alongside the wall, of course. That's another possibility. Food for thoughts. Also, can I have... Yeah. A barrier. I still dislike the fact that you have to, like, kinda make this little pile of blocks to have the barriers fit together. And you don't have a good item to replace it with. Why can't we make vertical beams, basically, that are adjustable in length? And that look good, rather than having this pile of blocks that... Yeah. Really... I mean, it's okay for the stone. It makes sense for, like, square stones to be piled on top of the others. It doesn't make sense for wood. So mechanically it's more consistent with the rest, but also aesthetically it looks ugly. Anyway. First, let's remove this entire thing. Okay, so we have a few wall holes left, which are okay, I guess. So we have made a blueprint. Yes, continue. It's not a recipe-based one. That's the height we want. Did I mess up? I might have messed up. Oh, maybe not. No, that's the Mars. That's the Mars elevator, so we're fine. No, this one I did definitely mess up though. Oh gosh. I hope I didn't eject too much crap in random places. So, yeah. No, that's not the right places. Also, I'm dropping items everywhere. Let's try that again. So we'll have the portholes first. Tunnel conveyors, to be precise. Sorry, I bonked the microphone again. I'm clumsy today. Is that the right elevation? Yeah, it's on the beam. Come on. Alright. So what's happening here? Yeah, my inventory is full of crap. Can I gain any space? No. Well, the fact that we've had to add linen to it really doesn't help. Let me drop a few things. we can drop the linen first. We thankfully have a box for that. Then we can drop the random fuel we have. And finally, we can drop the random fertilizer we have. I guess we can also drop the random copper we have. That would be nice. Alright, so wait, what am I looking at? I'm too high. I'm one floor too high, I think. Yep. Well, technically even 2 floors too high. But at least we can grab that. Wasn't there like a random... Yeah, you. Oh, come on. Let's have a box. Ah? No, I can't target it. Yay! And now I have a bunch of new random fertilizer in my inventory. Yay! Alright, so let's try again. Hopefully I don't mess it up this time. Yes, yes. Technically... Aha! Okay, so money and fertilizer are going up. Bulk orders going up. We have the right items on the right output. Bulk powder, that's gonna be the fuel, fertilizer, and silver. Perfect. And that's my elevator to bring down the artifacts. Alright. So. Lovely. Actually, maybe I want halfway scaffolding. Yeah, that's nice. So I can work with that. Do I need to bring anything inside here? I don't think so. Because that's basically the coke powder from the rest of the factory. This, I mean, I could as well just place it from the top, that might be easier. But here we go, that's my artifacts going down. Why is there random stuff on here? Anyway. Why do I ask these questions? I know the answer full well. The answer being because, of course. Right. So now I need to merge all these things together. And I need to have money coming down too. So do I have... what to do? Should I have a coke powder going down elevator behind? Could be an option. Okay, so let's do a thing here. It's a little unconventional, but I think it will work. Technically, we can open both sides of this system, right? Nothing is attached to the back. Perfect. So that's my coke powder input from the factory. And I could have an elevator of coke powder going down from the top on this side. I think that's what I might do. We're still making profit. We're barely spending anything. We're not even spending... I was about to say we're not even spending a silver. No, that's not entirely true. No, I mean... no, we are spending silver, but yeah. 247, and we're making a lot of copper. I thought they were converting everything to silver, but they're not anymore. Maybe they're just converting the profit to silver. Not quite sure. Yeah, so we could have... our coke powder going down from up there. Make it still speak French. Here come. The tongue twisters. Why is it 139? I think it's just like you have a list that's numbered, isn't it? Oops. Busted. Ah, pourquoi Pépita sans répit m'épis-tu? Dans le puits Pépita, pourquoi te tapis-tu? Tu m'épies sans pitié, c'est piteux de mes pieds. De mes pieds, Pépita, ne peux-tu te passer? 6 jeunes gens juchaient sur 6 chaises. Ooh, that one's hard. 6 jeunes gens juchaient sur 6 chaises chuchotaient ceci. Sage chasseur au front chauve, au sang chaud, aux yeux chassieux. Sachez chasser le chat chauve qui se cache sous la chiche. Souche de sauge séchée. I ran out of hair in the middle. That's a lot of tongue twisters. Surprisingly, it's relatively restrained compared to usual. 6 jeunes gens juchaient sur 6 chaises chuchotaient ceci. Sage chasseur au front chauve, au sang chaud, aux yeux chassieux, sachez chasser le chat chauve qui se cache sous la chiche, souche de sauge séchée. Yeah, I'm running out of hair. That's what doing me in at the end. Otoscope, do you know Reflet d'acide? The audio series Reflet d'acide. he plays a lot. The writer plays a lot with alliteration. It's so it's a series in French, so I don't usually get to recommend it. Which is in the same style of Donjon Nullbuck, if you know it, where basically like you have a party of adventurers that go and do stuff. Reflet d'acide, like reflections of acid, and it is extremely well written. Yes, oh yes, sorry. Zeta and Utterskog, you have the same name color, and so I thought it was Utterskog Askling. So I was like, well, you speak French, I can just tell you. But yes, so it's extremely well written. It's all in French, of course, and it's relatively like difficult levels of language. Because like it sometimes uses kind of words or puns or stuff like that. But yeah, if you enjoy like tongue twisters and alliterations and stuff like that, that's an audio series that uses them a lot and that beautifully uses the language a lot. And it has a season, and the second season has been in writing for like a decade. And I'm impatiently waiting for that to happen. I really hope he gets around to it. I don't quite remember which one is the priority input here. I think it's blue then yellow? Let me check. If we put steel in here and iron in here, what comes out? Iron. Okay, so it's yellow first, then blue. Oh yeah, so we could totally... We can totally do this. I just need... Right, so my elevator coming from the rest of the factory is this one. That's the issue here. Well, issue is a bit of a strong word. So you take from the factory after... Or should we take from the factory first? No, I think we should self-supply first, and then we take from the rest of the factory. It's a series, yes, Reflet d'Acide. The other one was Donjon Nullbuck, which relatively recently, a few years ago, released as a game that had quite a bit of international success, actually. Nullbuck's Dungeon. If some of you guys have seen the game being played, I know I can write this one because yep, Donjon de Nullbuck. And so, yeah, a few years ago, there was a game released that was Nullbuck's Dungeon, and that's a game that's created based on this audio series. That's a French audio series from like the years 2000 or something like that. basically when I was a teenager, he was releasing that. There has been a few cartoons, and yeah, it was extremely famous at some point in France. It is a little bit more niche these days. I mean, it's never been famous to the point of the Noob series, for example, that has had movies produced and stuff like that, but it's definitely an inspiration of the Noob series, if you've seen it, for example. And it's... the Nahelberg series is basically the one that created this phenomenon of very geek series, audio series in general, but Noob is a video series, actually. But it... and it's based on that idea, and all of them are based around the idea of having or making a parody of well, not all of them, but these ones at least are based on being a parody of a tabletop role-play game, basically. So you have this idea behind that, yes, it's narrated from the point of view of the characters, but behind the scenes, it's players that are playing, and sometimes they'll break the fourth wall intentionally to like make a joke or something like that. Or like if a character dies, then you have another character that appears, and that's like, oh, that's like the spiritual successor to the previous character, right? Wink wink, nudge nudge. Okay, so what did we say we take from first? We take from yellow first, is it? So it would be nice, yeah, we can reverse it. So we take from internally first, and then the rest of the factory. Right? I think... let me confirm, was it blue or yellow that had the priority? I forgot already. Steel on blue, iron on yellow, what comes out? Iron comes out, so yellow takes priority. Yep, yellow. So we take from yellow first and then from the other one. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Yeah, so that could work if we have cork powder coming down here, which would be nice because it's right next to the existing cork powder elevator. Yeah, so let's do that. This goes up. We can have tunk, 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 tunk. Is this lined up? Yes. So elevator of cork powder coming down from upstairs. Then we do whatever we do upstairs. Doesn't really matter. What does matter is that whatever we decided to do and whatever we end up with the cork powder going back up the elevator and distributed to the rest of the factory. Good. Closest thing you've listened to is live games like Critical or High Rollers. How do people play stuff like D&D and not zone out every 30 seconds? What do you mean zone out? Yeah, so here it's not played, right? It's not like they don't actually play the game. It's not a role-play game. It's a story that's being told of characters that are in story being played. And so where in story you have a DM and players. So it is slightly different, but I think it might be inspired by stuff like Critical Role too. I wouldn't be surprised. Zone out, like go far away in your brain and be like, huh? I mean, playing tabletop roleplay games, you're quite engaged in your character, right? So I don't see why you would zone out. That's why I'm confused. That's more my question is, what do you mean zone out? Like, how could you zone out? I'm not quite sure how you'd zone out. Oh. What do I do with this one? I guess this one could come above and just merge with this. Like, whatever. Yeah. It's not super neat and super clean, but I don't really care if it's not clean, to be honest. At this point, I just want it to go where it needs to go. So we do need scaffolding here too. Perfect. Ooh, Sven! Thank you for subscribing, resubscribing with Prime for the 3rd month. Thank you so much for the support, Sven. How are you doing? Happy Wednesday. Time to get the cheese. Yeah, go get that cheese. Maybe you haven't watched D&D games that were good enough. If that's a problem with D&D, it's probably a problem always. Nothing much happened. Well, you do have some times that are like slower, I guess, in a tabletop roleplay game. You can't have like high octane action 100% of the time. But it might also simply be that it's different playing a game and watching a game being played. Right? That's a very different posture to have when you are like listening or watching to people playing something or doing something. It's the same difference than the difference between playing a game and watching a stream. right? There are games where when you're watching a stream of that game, you're not really engaged with the game. I guess Alchemy Factory might be one of these games where a lot of people might be watching the stream, you might engage with the streamer, but you're not necessarily always paying attention to what's happening in the game. Because it's not like super high intensity riveting action, right? But if you're playing the game, you're active all the time, so you won't zone out from what you're doing. Because you can't, I guess. It's not really possible to zone out when you are actively doing the thing, isn't it? Zoning out is only a problem for you when you're supposed to do something you don't enjoy. That too. Yeah, that too, that's true. So yeah, you might have a very different experience playing a tabletop role-playing game than watching it, for sure. What's a little nibble between friends? Yeah, right? What's a little nibble between friends? When your brother was reading Lord of the Ring, he skipped through pages because, I quote, nothing happened anyways. Yeah, I know other people who have done that and who were like, how could you read like the first chapters or whatever? I'm like, read a book, I read everything. A hype train right now? Huh, interesting. Either it's a very delayed hype train based on Sven's sub, or it's another completely random hype train. We'll have to see if it claims... I mean, yeah, it is 31%. So I guess it's a delayed one? That's weird. Why is it so delayed? You were allowed to resub twice? Wait, what? Like you got a 2 month pop-up and a 3 month. Interesting. I've had the reverse problem actually, so they just introduced a new moderator anniversary thing where you have an alert that like you can pop up in chat and like same as the resub messages, right? And so in Jesse's stream, when was it? Yesterday, I believe? I had it pop up like before the stream, so I was like, well, I'm not gonna share it right now because, you know, the stream hasn't started and it's not gonna start for like half an hour yet. And so I was like, I'm going to like look at it later and like reload the page or whatever, and it's gonna pop up again. And it never did. So I got stolen that birthday, that's moderator birthday alert by Twitch. How do I... Come on. There's a pixel in there somewhere. Yes. Let's go. I win. Okay, so same thing here. We have money coming from the factory, we use it second, but first we use the money that the system itself is producing. The only difference is the money won't be coming down here because that's the place where the artifacts are coming down. So that's definitely not happening. So the money is going to be coming down the other side, I think. And so let's have, not this, the elevator for the artifacts. It needs to be over here, doesn't it? Yeah. Then a little belt. Hey, Cryan, how are you doing? Oh, Alchemy, how goes the factory? Not bad, not bad. How are you? Yeah, we are trying to finish this distribution system. We have changed it quite a bit to add more items to be part of it. We have changed this entire building to the new system, distributing stuff everywhere, like this. So up and down the floors, along the walls, etc. And we took the opportunity to make it much neater here. So you see that we have these belts on the floor. We had belts going all the way over there and all the way across here. It was a huge mess. I really hated that. And so since we need to change the entire system for the whole building anyway, we went and hid it under the floor, so it's neat and it's going along the wall here, and it's going under here, and downstairs it's going alongside the archways that we had installed a long while ago as decorations. So you see this archway. Can we spot... Right, you see this black thing here. That's what's coming from this building and the belt going out this building, right? And then it goes along the walls inside this building. There. And, well, you see a little bit of the system over there. So that's a system that goes up this entire column. And that we have been working on. And we were just standing on this little platform that we're using for construction, so... You're just going home from work. Oh, I hope you had a good day at work. And so, yeah, we are now gonna be able to hide the entire ugly part of the distribution. Like, this is gonna get removed too. But there are a few intricacies to this part of the system. So we have a little bit of extra work to do to handle them properly. Because, so we have the mass system in here, and it's spread across like 1, 2, 3, 4, yep, 5 floors, I believe. No, 6 floors. Probably like 4 of which are just producing fuel. And 2 of them are producing the other items. And as a byproduct, they also do produce some money. So we have a whole system like injecting fuel inside the system and injecting money inside the system that needs to be taken into account. And so, yeah, that's a few complex things that need to happen inside here. So that's what we're dealing with here. That's a system that's going to take the money input and like re-inject it into the system itself. So it takes money from its output first and then from the rest of the factory. Right, so that's gonna be the belt bringing the money down. Well, the belt, the elevator. Actually, yeah, that might be a problem. How do we have stuff? I can't really have stuff go down there alongside these, because I can't really get them across. So we have 2 elevators down. How would I bring a third one? I'm thinking maybe we can use these spots? It might be possible to use these 2 spots to have 2 extra capabilities of going down. This is not a problem, right? Because this is just going up from here. Have I tried the spaghetti way? That's kind of what I'm doing. Welcome back, Hebe. I guess you couldn't sleep? So, let me maybe sketch this. Let's maybe sketch this a little bit. You had to calm down for a snack. A sugar crash. I see. That's funny to me because that's the kind of things that like never happen to me. But I imagine it's not so funny when it's happening to you, actually. I shouldn't laugh. It's been a while since it happened to you, honestly. Well, at least there's that. Right, so that's the floor above, right? Then we have this shelf. Then we can remove... No, not you. Ooh, I hear booping. Abby's getting booped. Okay, so let's see. We have... Wait a minute. Yeah, no, that's correct. So... we have elevators going up like that. We have me flying off the shelves. Good thing there isn't fall damage in this game. Not a note. Let me add a little bit of flooring so we don't fall down so promptly. Better? So this is not actually a build, this is just me modeling our existing system so we can see if what I'm thinking of works, right? Because we could have potentially like 4 more items going up and down thanks to that than is otherwise allowable. Although I already see a problem with that. Like, yeah, we can... Right, so right now we're bringing items down over here. We're bringing items down over here. Like that. So we have 6 items basically going through. Right? Problem is I need 7. I need 7 because I have coke powder going down, I have mass going down, I have money going down, and then I have, well, coke powder, fuel, nutrients, and money going up. So that's 7 items that need to go through this entire thing. There would be the solution of having 2 behind, but the problem is that this system here would be in the way. I can maybe work around that by like having an elevator going up there. I guess it is possible. It's a mess, but it's possible. I was hoping that maybe I could use this space to like bring stuff down. Problem being, yeah, I can't have an elevator on this level. And if I try to have one here, then I can't have anything here, right? So how would that even work? I can't attach a shelf on elevators, can I? Is that a shelf size? Nah. Maybe I could... Hang on. I'm curious now. If I had it on the sides, would that work? Possibly. No. Okay, that's what I thought. So I don't think I can have elevators in this space. But what I can maybe do... Oh, it's gonna be such a mess. Oh gosh. I'm falling through everything. Okay, let's build some scaffolding over here so we can see inside. Is that the floor we need to get through? No, it's not. It's the above one that we need to get through. So first things first, let's not try to get through the wrong floor. We need money to move down here. Can I jump back? No, I can't. Alright. Let me go back up here and patch the floor then. Oh. We do have ads in 13 minutes. I think we'll try to take a break in 13 minutes. So I can go get more coffee. Can I get behind this? Probably not, can I? Oh, actually I can. Interesting. Oh. Well, I guess. Right. So... the holes are right against the floor. Over here, like as if it was a floor. So let's sketch that. Because I think we might be able to do it. It's gonna be sketchy. It's gonna be ugly. But it's gonna be our mess. And that's all that matters. Right, so my idea here is we can go like this, and same on this side, and then you need to jump up here. Then over here we can go above the wall holes. And then these do whatever they do. We don't really care. What we do care about is that we can do this. And belt. And belt. And then of course below. We can go down. Isn't it a beautiful mess? Alright, time to implement it. So... Oh, actually... Hang on. Is that correct? Oh yeah. This is further. This is not here, actually. It is right there. That doesn't change anything, of course, to the result. It's just, I was confused. I was like, oh, but that is interacting with this belt. No, it's not even interacting with this. Like, this entire space is free for us, right? Technically, we'll have to go like one higher, I guess. Because we do have belts in this space. But it's okay. We can absolutely do that. Right. So that's what we need to get inside there. And so that means that money going down will go down on top of this. That's the conclusion of that discussion. Essentially. It will go down over here. That. And come out here and merge with... One thing, we have a bank portal here that's converting that money to silver. Because we produce copper, technically. Is there a way I could have said bank portal on this floor? Or like anywhere else, literally? Quite literally anywhere else? Bank portal is a 3x2, which is slightly annoying to find space for. Doesn't quite go on a shelf. We could build it a space in here, I guess. That would be a possibility. Because if we go upstairs real quick. Right. So here the system is modified so we can get the bank portal on this floor. And that bank portal comes directly like from the money that's getting in here. And the other item will be the Mars artifact. Also, that's the floor where we'll need to inject the Blackpowder into everything else. Just to make things fun, more fun. Right, so how do I don't really want to have to modify this floor. I like this because it's a huge mess. I think that's the only modification, but I can't even be sure because I can't even see inside. So let's dismantle it like little bit by little bit. Right, so that's the output of, I believe, the Mars artifact. Comes out of here, goes up here, goes over here, back down onto this belt, and then down this elevator, where it just goes down, I believe. Hey, hang on. Yeah, where it just goes down and then goes down another level, etc. Of course, that's not gonna be the Mars artifact anymore because it now goes over there. But that's like beyond the scope of this. Because we're dismantling everything on this. If we have to custom make it, we'll just redo it custom in a different way. Because everything is different. That's money. So money comes out here, over there. Comes up here, into this. Then down and into the bank portal. Out the bank portal and out the other side. And so what's left? Well, we have like the fertilizer and the cork powder, and I suppose like we go down to go and distribute it to where it's supposed to. So basically I just freed up that space here in the middle, and over here we had the elevators, so well, I suppose that was the cork powder elevator. And that was the silver coin elevator. Okay. I understand what was happening. Good. So, I mean, that's an option to have things where I elevate part of the elevators just so I can like touch, insert the bank portal in the middle. But if I can avoid it, I'd rather just have the bank portal completely separate. It's taking a belt in anyway. Right, we'd probably... No, I guess this shelf won't interfere with anything. As for this side, yeah, we're fine. That's a lot of stuff that needs to go in there. Yeah, or we might... One thing I might do is do an intermediate floor like in here. That's also a possibility. in the space that's left. But we'll have to see if we have enough space to do that in the middle here. So that's why I'm not messing around with that yet. Honestly, I think that's how it's going to go. We're going to have a second intermediate flow right here. But I will only... Oh, dang it. That's the one... I will only do that once I know the clearance I do have. Okay, so we have ads that are about to start. So what we'll do is we'll take a 5 minutes break so I can like go get coffee and stuff like that. And then we will be back right after the ads. I do recommend that you take this time to make sure you're well hydrated. If you need snacks, go get snacks. If you haven't walked around in a while, that might be a good time to do so. That kind of things, and then we will be right back. Hey, thank you, Hebe. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back from the break. How was your break? Did you grab snacks? I realized I'm kinda hungry. It's gonna be a problem. Thank you for the welcome backs. And hey, Flamethrower, how are you doing? Happy Wednesday. How's your Wednesday been? Right. So, first things first. Let's plop down. Don't know. Can I like? Oh, come on. Edit it, resave it, so it. Yeah. Oh. Right. So I fixed the blueprint. No, it would be better if I used R to rotate it. That tends to work better when you use the right keys to do a certain action. Doesn't it? Yeah, no, that's all good. Okay. Yeah, some buildings have errors. We know, we know. Yeah. Oh, by the way, while we have a lot of people here, there is an announcement I wanted to make. I forgot to make. We will not have a stream this weekend. Exceptionally, I won't be here. So I will see. I will try to have an extra stream next week. Maybe on Monday if I can. And yeah. Hey, Spuddy, how are you doing? Bonsoir, creative cuties. Oh, bonsoir yourself. How is your Wednesday, Spuddy? But yeah, so don't expect a stream on Sunday. I usually stream Wednesdays and Sundays. But this Sunday I just won't be at home, so... Or if... I mean, I would probably come back quite late. So... I don't know. If I come back early enough, I might change my mind. But I don't expect it. Maybe the next announcement will be, hey, I'm actually streaming, I lied. Chaos schedule. How am I? I'm doing great, Spud. Thank you. Let's start deprivation withdrawal. I mean, if I stream on Monday, it's like just one extra day. And then it means the next week is like chock full of Alastor. Also, let me see. Yeah, I mean, hang on, let me check my schedule real quick. Where is my schedule? I swear I have a schedule. It's not a lie. I know it appears completely bonkers that I would be this bad with scheduling and yet I have a schedule. I would be much, much worse if I didn't. That I can guarantee you from experience. Oh, come on. Load my schedule. You silly goose. Right. Yeah, Monday could work. But yeah, also next week is my streamiversary. So we'll have something special next week, I hope. I am trying to organize it. I am, as usual, quite late in doing so. But my stream anniversary is on the 11th of June, which was right before Paris TwitchCon a few years ago. I registered to the TwitchCon as a baby streamer. I mean, I still was a baby streamer when I went to TwitchCon, and I still am in many ways. But I wasn't even affiliate yet. And I went to TwitchCon, I was affiliate. So yeah, next week is my affiliate anniversary, and I do hope that we can do something special for it. Oh, Tater Tot, that's a cute nickname for Spuddy. Ho is the most delicious snack on Twitch, especially with cheese on top. Mm-hmm. Like onions and lardon. No, I want to eat tartiflette. It's a problem. Oh, you're all so cute. Big bless on the anniversary. Have I got something fun planned? I am trying to organize a collab. Hopefully it happens. I'm trying to see, so like different collab than we did for my anniversary, but yeah, involve more friends, more streamer friends with my special events, you know. And if that doesn't happen, then we'll do like community games maybe. If that doesn't happen, maybe we'll try to do a multiplayer game with the community, I think. But yeah, I hopefully have something lined up. I know where to find you if I want to do more puzzle nonsense. That could be fun too. We'll see. If what I am trying to organize doesn't pan out, then we'll have to improvise something else. But I do have something in the works that hopefully will pan out. That will be fun. But yeah, this weekend I'm in the mountain with friends, so no, not able to stream. I think we'll come back on Sunday evening, but I don't know what time, so I'd rather tell you in advance that there probably won't be a stream. Very, very likely won't be a stream. If I come back early, then I will take it to the Discord and tell you. Oops, that's a caps lock. Here we go. Yeah, so if some of you are not in the Discord and want to be kept up to date with my latest chaotic schedule updates, that's always the place where you will find the information. If it exists. Basically. Yeah, I'm thinking we do an intermediate floor here. Like we could have... How high is the bank portal? It's 2 blocks high. Yeah. I think that's gonna work. I think I can make this work. Alright. Let's see. Oh wait, no, because then I need stuff on top of the bank portal. Basically this belt, can I move this to be like 1 floor lower? So this is bring stuff across. I think I can move it, yeah. I want to move it, move it. Not this one. Well, Okay. I know what to do. We can remove this entirely. Then we can have this. A belt here. We bring that across like that. Wait. Oh, yes, right. So this is going over there. How do I dare to edit stuff when I removed anything? At least 7 unrelated things break. We redid this entire system, Zeta. This is like we are currently replacing the entire system of distribution. So it's not really editing, it's really like uprooting it. I'm just taking it out bit by bit so I can remember what the previous system was doing, so I can reproduce the functionality with a different system. So yeah, I'm not editing anything here. This is what we just did, basically. This is just the part we just did. And I'm editing it right now because what we did isn't compatible with what I want to introduce next. So what I want to do here, that's gonna be a mess. Yeah, so what I want to have here is have, instead of these elevators going up and down, I want to have these like go to the side and then go back in, so I can have a bank portal standing there, which is going to replace the bank portal that we just took out from here. Because upstairs we have a system that's producing money as a byproduct. That's on this line. And so it's making its way inside here. And previously we had a custom built floor over here that was basically elevating these two things to have a bank portal in there. I'd like the bank portal to not be on this floor so I can have a standard floor here. And that means taking this belt of money, bringing it down, and then having a bank portal downstairs. And then sending whatever comes out of this bank portal, that's gonna be this elevator, basically, down inside this. So yeah, it's a little bit of a project. I have to admit. Okay, I'm not too happy with that. I was hoping to get this down. I'm not sure I can. I think best I can do here is have this here. But also, like, one of the advantages with the way I design my system is that it's very modular. So it helps a lot with making these kind of modifications a little bit easier. I'm also thinking maybe we can bring this down a little bit. This doesn't have to be that high up. Hey, Dalhawk, how are you doing? Welcome in. Complex machine, go brr. Yeah, it's not even a machine, it's just a distribution system. It's just distributing items from one place to another. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, I think we take this down a few notches. Right? We could have like this shelf. Let's see. I think this shelf could be right there. It could even be right here, honestly. That would give us much more space to work with the bank portal. Okay, let's do that, rather than trying to compactify this maximally and then still be short one level. No, not X. It's not the same as doing Control X. T. And then no, actually like this. Yeah. Come on, what do you mean? Okay. So that's where it was positioned. And so technically we can go all the way down there. Do I dare go 2 levels lower? I think just 1 is fine. That's good enough. So let's not try to do the fancy stuff then where, like, if we need to modify anything down there afterwards, we're not going to be able to see anything. It's going to be a mess. So I'd rather just have the slightly easier version on myself. Right. So that's the fuel output. This one. Elevator going down. Before that, actually, Let's remove all that because we need to change the money elevators. So let's start with that. Otherwise we won't be able to see here in the middle. So money goes up. Come on. It's so hard to see. Aha. Okay. And then you connect here. And then you continue upwards. Good. So this here is merging the money coming up from the rest of the factory, from the customers, with the money that's going to be coming down with what the machines produce. So that we recycle this money that we produce internally before we take the customer's money. Otherwise it's gonna jam up. Where the customer's money has like overflow boxes, etc. So we're fine on that. It won't jam. Or if it does, the shop will just stop. And we'll tell the customers, well, I'm sorry, I don't need your money. I have a box full of gold. What do you want me to do? I don't care about customers anymore. Alright, and we have the exact same thing on this side. This is the elevator of fuel coming down. And over here we have the elevators of fuel coming up from the rest of the factory that just need like the shift to happen one tile lower. Like this. And then you continue up. And then you come down. Still saying the quiet part out loud. I mean, you're not supposed to tell the customers you don't care about them? Huh. Well, that's new. Good thing I'm not in sales, right? Those customers have had it too good for too long, right? I'm selling stuff to them 24/7, even at night. Really, they should consider themselves lucky to have. Oh god, the menaces to polite society have timber. Like you aren't one. Spoken as if Phoebe wasn't a menace to polite society. In her own right. Oh, very dare you. I mean, I'm not the one dreaming of somebody locking me in a fridge. Am I? Listen. Yes. That was at least 2 years ago. Your point? Is that supposed to disculp you, really? Is that your excuse? So I think here we'll have like beams going across probably. You've had way weirder dreams before and after. You don't know why I'm fixating on this, because that's the one you've told me about. I'm sure you have, but that still proves my point. Yes, so I'm thinking maybe this. It's kind of hard to see what's going on there. How do we deal with that? You wish you remembered more details about that one, honestly. You remember it was way weirder than just that, but it's hazy. Fair enough. How about... let's see... Right, we can remove this, I think. For now. That was just testing the IDs. And let's see. If I have my shelves like this. Let's see, I could have shelves here, for example, right? So let's imagine that these are the shelves here. And then I can have my shelves, what, 2-3 tiles above? How much space do I have? I have 2 heights of space. That's a little bit limiting. That might be the challenging part here. Because I might need a third space. It's difficult. So what if I plop down a bunk board, right? Let's say I'm going to have like... Well, it can't be... It could be... No, it can't really be directly an input. But whatever. Can I have... First things first, can I have like... elevators built on top? Yes, I can. Okay. If I place my bank portal like here, for example, and then maybe I have like a belt or probably an elevator going down from it, right? Can I have a shelf? How close from it can I have a shelf, basically? Right there. Okay, but if I do that, I think it won't be on shelves, honestly. I think I'll have to have like supports and yeah. It won't be shelves. Secondly, let's see. None of this will go directly to here. It's just not happening. Where are you attempting to go? Ooh, yeah. Well, I'll have to reconnect it. It will be fun. Hashtag not. So if I say I have this space, but I have elevators that need to go down, right? So at best, if I take, or up, for example, if I take this, wrong key. For example, if I take this, at best, I can go there, right? And well, technically, like, could do it like that. Whatever. And that's the money coming down. I mean, these probably won't be here, honestly. Let's remove that. Ah! I'm hitting all the wrong keys. I'm getting turned around on my own keyboard. It's a problem. Okay, so over here I have fuel line coming up. Can I even place an elevator down here? Can I just not? Oh gosh, I'm in a wall. Aha! So you come out here. And then you come up here, okay? And you are just coming down. And same, you are just coming down from like way up. Okay. It's fine, you just have to believe in yourself. Yeah, it's fine as in the fine emote. That's how fine it is. I think I'm just going to have scaffolding here to fill the gap. Like this. Although I guess I could just have a beam across or somewhat. But that makes my life slightly easier. Like this. Okay, so that's the money going up, and it's going to go up wherever. I think we have the space. I think we do. Okay, so let's say we have this. Then we put down... Where's my bank portal? Right here. Right. I'm even going to have it like here. Yeah. No, actually. Well... I'm trying to think. It's hard. It's difficult sometimes. Is that okay? Mood? Okay, so how about we do this? This is the output of the entire system, and it needs to come up like basically above that, right? So first things first, let's cover over it. Also, this is the wrong orientation. And although it's gonna be eventually hidden, I'd like it to be neat. Right. And so this is my belt, my mobile belt that goes upwards, right? We'll have an elevator here, like this. Yeah, like this. I won't place it right now, but that's where it's gonna go. Okay? Next. That's what needs to go on this belt. Comes out right here. I might even shift the bank portal one tile. Yeah. It's gonna make my life so much easier. I should definitely do that. Because then we can just have an elevator going down. Yay! Alright. Problem is the input of this bank portal is... well, it's gonna be the belt coming from right above the bank portal center, basically. Right above the center line. So... I need a box. I'm too short. Money is going to come down here. Good. What was that related to? Being too short? Unless I missed something. Oh, thinking. Oh, yes. Yes, I did read it. Oh my god. My brain, I swear. Gremlins in there. They're having a party. It's hard to think when you have all the gremlins having a party. There, stop. There's a gremlins to bring me a drink and a slice of pizza. Oh my gosh. I'm going to eat it first. Hi, it's me, I'm the gremlin. Yeah, chat is the voices in my head. All the little gremlins. So, money coming down right there. Oh yeah. Several gremlins in a trench coat. Zeta? I don't know. Is Zeta wearing a trench coat? Yeah, during the break I discovered I'm kinda hungry. So... a drink and a slice of pizza sounds great right now. Alright, so... yeah... where... what? Sorry, my brain just short-circuited for a moment. Oh yes, okay, yes. Elevator going up. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's coins going up. And then they're going there. And then they're going there. So I didn't need at all to... like, disconnect these. Well, time to undo the modifications we made. Oh, wait a minute. We need to fix that first. Almost missed the fuel line. That would have been bad. That fuel line, that elevator is the whole point of this entire build. Of 2 streams rebuilding this entire system. So if I forget about it, that's a very sad day. Oh gosh. Hang on a minute. Yeah, no, that's fine, that's fine. It's just a perspective issue. Yep. So you line up with this, perfect. And you line up with this. And finally, you send fertilizer up. You send mass down. And you send coke powder down. With a big O, coke. Otherwise chat gets confused and horny. I mean, chat gets horny anyway, but you know. Zeta is human? I cannot confirm nor deny. See? Spud is horny. You were reading something, you heard horny and snapped your attention to stream, so uh-huh. Everybody being called out of lurk. Guess you're not helping that. Wait, wrong direction? No, not wrong direction. Just me being confused as always. Right, so that's where you go, I believe. And so that wants the money coming down. So we definitely don't have space for like another one coming down right here. I mean, we could. To be fair, we could shift that to the side and have another elevator doing shenanigans over here. That would be a possibility. More complex, but possible. Okay. I need lines in there. And elevators to help the items go down. But other than that, I think we're done with this part. Well, done with this part. Done with the, I guess, the tricky part of this. Should be more accurate. So yeah, this brings down fuel, this brings down the items, and behind we bring down money. We merge them, we convert the money to silver. And then everything makes its way back up to feed whatever needs to be fed. Wait, I missed spicy chat. I missed juicy chat. If you stay horny, you don't have to get horny. Yeah, that's that's Spuddy right here. Spud is always at half mast at least. I still keep saying cockpowder. When out of context stuff like, I don't care if it's dirty. I try my best, okay? That's my accent. Better half mice must going than going off half cocked. Coke powder with big O, otherwise chat gets confused and horny. And chat get always horny anyway. Yeah. But that's correct, I mean. It's true. It's just the truth of it. Where is the money and where is the item? Item is on top, money is bottom. And then we have to bring fuel from further up. Never change spot? Yeah. Agreed. You're still playing Esoteric Ebb. You swear you must be 3/4 of the way through the game now? Just binge the fuck out of it. What is it? Is it a series? I've never heard of it. Yeah, that's the money belt. Well, yeah, elevator, I guess. We said money was bottom, I believe. Yep, money's bottom. There's so much money in that bottom. Game, stop turning scaffolding on me. Come on. Silly, silly game. Okay, so that's a money belt. It's a game, a bit like Disco Elysium. Oh, okay. You do have money, yes? It's on your list, Eta? But you have to play through Disco Elysium first. You have never played Disco Elysium either. I guess I'm not playing that many Forex games, to be fair. It is Forex, yes? Or am I confused? I might be confused too, that's also a possibility. It's not? Wait, so I'm confused on what Disco Elysium is. I said it was always a possibility. That's where the thing goes. You know what? We can just patch this. So we send the items down. Then scaffolding over here. And then just a belt. Easy. It's very story rich, text heavy, every choice very much matters RPG. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I was completely confused on what that was. With amazing art and voice acting. Okay. You're a cop and your worst enemies, best allies are the voices in your head. Alright. Somehow I thought this Coalition was like very spreadsheet. Forex game. Am I confusing it with something else? I have no clue what I might be confusing it with. I don't know. I couldn't tell. So this is a fuel down line. Oh, maybe I just like... I don't know. Maybe I just hallucinated that this was what Disco Elysium was. It's possible, I guess. Like somehow made up my own story of what it was. And ran with it. Okay, so on this floor we have items and money coming down. I don't think that's the case anywhere upwards. Over here we are just outputting stuff. We have nothing coming in. We're just feeding this and the entire thing. But just the top of this floor. We have no input here. On top of here we have the output. And then we just have the cork powder input on every floor that makes cork powder. Yeah. Okay. So I think we're pretty much in the clear, almost. You don't know, only spreadsheets are fun. Yeah. They are. Indeed they are. Nope, not wall, I wanted floor. I can't click and drag floors, unfortunately. Oh. Slightly awkward place to pop in. But it's fine. So I'm gonna open up everything here. So we can then work on all these floors one by one. We'll have to redo most of the distribution system of most of that stuff. But yeah. Spreadsheet's fun! No! Oh, they are. They are. As long as you can automate entering the data. What is not fun is having to enter the data. What's fun about spreadsheets is doing the fun little formula everywhere. Okay, next floor. We're inside. And a new day. I don't know why sometimes we have the dealing in the middle of the night. I think it's because... So they changed the thing where now you can have customers during the night. Because before... like you can extend the length of the day. But before, customers would just stop coming in at night. So... you wouldn't really sell more by being opened longer, right? You just had, I guess, more time in the night to produce stuff. And so now customers continue coming at night if you're open. They changed that. But what that means is that we might be having customers at night when we're closed that are like, dilling, dilling, hey, I'd like to pay and get stuff, right? As a byproduct of, hey, customers continue coming at night. I think the intent was for them to only come at night when you're open at night, but I think they might have accidentally just made them come at night all the time. Basically. There's an Excel esport? What do you do in an Excel esport? Okay. That's all floors. That's the shrinking machine, by the way, if you've not seen it. Whee! Oh gosh, I get stuck on a belt. Take me, senpai. No, I can't get into the wall hole. Nor the elevators. I wish we could. Whee! And now we need to make it all the way back up to transform back. It's a thing, Google Excel World Championship. Why? Like, I like Excel, I like having stuff doing, like, silly stuff with it. But still, why? Why have a world championship of Excel? And I'm back. Okay, so this needs to be removed. This needs to be emptied. Tunnel conveyor. Oh. I need to remove this first, I guess. We need to work on this. Right, so let's talk about that. Because that's one of the reasons we are carrying Blackpowder around. Honestly, that might be the only reason why, because if not for this, the only build that would require Blackpowder would be the steel build, which we could easily have done with just having its own Blackpowder production. Because if we look... Well, no, there's also transformation potion build. I'm lying. But yeah. There aren't many things that require Blackpowder. And so over here, I think we'll just, like... So this needs to be a Blackpowder line, basically. We tried to look at the previous ones, but they sell the exercises for like $30. Oh gosh. And it was too much for just curiosity here. You don't say. Why would you sell the exercises for $30? That's excessive. That's just a money grabbing scheme at this point. Which honestly, it already from the get-go feels like it might be. Like, right away from the get-go, it can be one of two things. It can be Microsoft, like, using it as a publicity stunt, or a money-grabbing scheme, or I guess both, right? And I guess clearly both. It's Microsoft, there are no surprises. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, perfect. So, right here... the only one that needs to continue being carried through is the fuel one. What's kind of surprising about it is that it seems like it's an extremely niche competition, right? It's not even esports level of niche. Like, I like messing around with spreadsheets, but I wouldn't go to an Excel competition. I wouldn't even consider doing that. So, given how niche it is, why do you even try to transform it into a money-grabbing scheme? That's even gonna make it more niche. The little amount of audience that would be curious about this, 99% of it is gonna be like, yeah, no, fuck this, I'm not falling for that. So it's really like, why? Why would you shoot yourself in the foot on something that's already niche? If you wanted to make you any amount of publicity, that's the worst thing you could do. Literally the worst one. Okay, so over here... hang on, we're going to edit it just so it doesn't give us the alert. I guess we can edit that one too. So we are going left. And we are going to want something that goes right over there. Oh, right, I don't need the entire thing. That's true. That's true enough. And also, this is one lower than it should be. I'm kinda considering still having the shelves at this level still, though. Overlapping with devices? Overlapping with what? What are you overlapping with? Oh, right. Yeah, I think we moved things to be at this level. It's somewhat cleaner. But also, if we're gonna do that, I kind of want this to be like all the way there. Like that. You know? Which I guess is probably what I did before already. Yep. That way it tiles. So we just get the shelves one lower because, well, our new shelves are one lower than they used to be. And like this can be money and co-order, that's fine. Right. Now that you look it up, it looks like they changed it. And you just need to register. But you clearly remember that just used to be a shop. Okay, so I guess maybe they realized how egregious it seemed and was. Or maybe they had a serious amount of pushback from what little community they had, I imagine. Okay, so that's money. And then we just need to get this belt off. And really, I'm just not even going to carry it further. For the simple reason that, like, this basically needs a full belt of cork powder. So why would I carry the belt any further, right? Would make no sense. The thing is, also, when you think about it, like, the candidates that will participate in this thing, every year they get the exercises, right? So, if it's a small and relatively tight community, they're going to share it among each other. They're not gonna spend $30 just to get the exercises that, like, if they didn't participate, the others had got the previous year. If it's a small community, they're just gonna share it among each other. Unless you specifically prevent them from keeping the subjects, which is even worse. So it's really like, what the heck are you doing? Because then the only people literally that you're barring from just getting the thing are the new people. So you're literally murdering your community when you do that. You do not want to bar people from entering. That's the worst thing you can do. That's the same reason why we roll mid-roll ads. We prefer mid-roll ads rather than pre-rolls. Because the worst thing you can do is have people being locked behind ads to go and see what your stream is about to begin with. Because if they're unsure, they won't watch you, they're gonna be like, fuck this, I'm not watching 3 minutes of ads, 5 minutes of ads, even 30 seconds of ads, just to check out this stream that I don't really want to watch anyway. Whereas maybe if they watch it a little bit, they're like, yeah, okay, I can watch a few minutes of ads to continue watching. Because now they know they enjoy it. So it's like, if you need to finance your competition, you have people pay to register to participate in the competition, but you don't have people pay to see what the competition would be about? That's stupid. Okay, so let's see here. So what we're going to be distributing around is gonna be the fuel, right? So I think here I have catapults, yes. Which, how do I see them? I guess boxes. Is there anything else than money? I don't... Well, no, probably fuel. We're probably distributing fuel because a lot of this is just smelting copper and stuff. We're making bronze rivets and copper bearings, so we have to smelt them at one point or another. We have the athanators, we have all that. We have the iron smelters. So where do I get the fuel distributed? Oh, downstairs. Okay. Right, so I just have a fuel line, I even have a fertilizer line. Okay. I see. So this is just carrying the items. Fair enough. Oh gosh, so much silver. We don't want random items to make it on the belt, so we're gonna be careful with that. That lines up perfectly in terms of height. So, you know, the money is just gonna be on this level. That's fine with me. We might have to do a corner thing. Well, it is how it is. Aha. My head is stuck. What was it? Huh, we're inside the belt. Uh-huh, yeah. So we'll need to climb up again, I guess. I think I did all this like before putting in the floor. So it was much easier at the time to work on. No, I'm not trying to remove the floor. Thank you. Can I stand like slightly lower? Yeah. No? Slightly lower? Still no? Ah, finally. Okay, so which one is which? Your fuel. And you are fertilizer. So that's money, that's the fertilizer line. And right above it is the fuel line, so that's in the perfect place. So why do I have... I guess because of this? But why do I have that? Like, I could just have the standard shelf, right? Over here. Not sure why I had this. But I don't think it makes sense anymore, whatever it was. Like, I mean, yeah, sure. Can exist. That's not a problem. Okay, so here the problem might be bringing the items from one shelf to the other, right? Hey, Jerrymondo, how are you doing? Oh, that's a cute mushroom. Very cute mushroom. Happy Wednesday, not Sunday. How is it going? I'm also thinking... maybe I can have this? Nope. You know... there. Well, no, I don't want to destroy this, I want to remove that. Yeah. And that. And then we can... maybe... let me see... retractable passage... that might look cuter than messing around with the shelves, I think. Oh, come on. There's a pixel in there. Yeah. Saddle store noises. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. Can I do it from the bottom then? Yeah, always the bottom. Always the right choice. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. And then I can do kind of the same over here. Except for the fact that... oh yeah, I neglected that fact. No, I think we can make it work. Like, this belt does have to come from the money belt, but we will manage it. I'll do the redeem at the Skog, but I'll finish this part real quick. This and that. Yeah. And so this is centered on the window. So it looks better, I think. I think it looks good. And so this one is fairly easy to fix because it can just like split off right here and remerge over there. The log height. Yeah. Can I view it? I guess from the top? No, I cannot view it from the top. Yeah. I think I like having the shelf centered like that. Alright, so let's do the tongue twisters. Gal, amant de la reine à la tour magnanime, Gal, amant de la reine à la tour magne anime. Oh, I know this one. You already did it recently. Si je ne change juché sur 6... Si je ne change juché sur 616... Ah. Si je ne change juché sur 6... I had it right, but somehow my brain was like, no, that's not right. Si je ne change juché sur 6 chaises, chuchoter ceci. Sage chasseur au front chauve, au sang chaud, aux yeux chassieux, sachez chasser le chat... Ah! Chat is moving, I can't read. Si jeune Jean juché sur 6 chaises, chuchoter ceci. Sage chasseur au front chauve, au sang chaud, aux yeux chassieux. Sachez. You redeemed it today earlier, didn't you? It wasn't even recently, it was today. Blame you? I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying, like, I can't continue reading when chat is moving and I lose track. I'm pretty sure that's the first one you redeemed today. I might be wrong, or it was last stream, but it was either today or last stream. I can check. The messages. Can check your messages. Let's see. Yep, that was the previous one. That was the second of the previous one. No, today. That was today. Si jeune Jean juchait sur 6 chaises, chuchotait ceci. Sage chasseur au front chauve, aux sang chaud, aux yeux chassieux. Sachez chasser le chat chauve qui se cache sous la chiche. Souche de sauge séchée. Yeah, because I was like, oh, I'm running out of breath. I can't read it because I'm running out of breath. Before the end. I was running out of breath at Sous la souche de sauge séchée. It was a lot, yeah. Let's try again. Six jeunes gens justés sur six chaises chuchotaient ceci. Sage chasseur au front chauve, au sang chaud, aux yeux chassieux. Sachez le chasser, le chat chauve qui se cache sous la souche de choses séchées. I kinda messed it up. But let's say I succeeded. Paul se pèle au Paul dans sa pile de pulls de... Paul se pèle au Paul dans sa pile de pulls et Paul opale. Pas plus d'appel de la poule à l'opale que d'opale dans la pelle à Paul. I think I did quite well for that one. The Chauge, yeah, I said the Chauge. Shh. You didn't hear anything. I think I did well on the last one. I agree. I shall congratulate myself. Okay, so this one we have to make custom because of the shelf not lining up. Although I guess nowadays we could use a conveyor beam. A conveyor beam, yes. A conveyor beam. Exactly. A conveyor beam. But it's fine. Don't you dare turn on me. Technically I removed the top belt, but whatever. Funnily enough, the tall one doesn't have the issue that the small one has with the last one turning for some reason. That makes even less sense. It would make sense if all of them had the issue. It sounded good to you, but you're also halfway to A1. You say chessé instead of séché right now? Yeah. It's... alliterations are kinda hard to pronounce. Somewhere between B1 and B2. I think you're B2, EB. Aren't you? I mean, you can have a full-on discussion without any issue, right? You sometimes get a word you don't know, of course. But B2 isn't about knowing all the vocabulary. Alright, so that's flowing. We have fertilizer, perfect. And that's gonna be the fuel line when we put fuel onto the line. Good. And over there, we should have both money and cork powder. Good. Next, we need to do the exact same thing for this level. Literally the exact same thing. Because it's the same machines. Except these ones don't produce money as a byproduct. That's literally the only difference. Can I maybe move that down? Would make things easier. Yeah, like that's half a shelf length. That said, we don't have the issue of the window here. So that's gonna be the fertilizer belt or elevator. You have fuel in here, as we can still see. Dang it. You can understand why you have to follow conversations, though not when we're going at tongue twister speed. And you can read novels, albeit with effort and slowly. But you can't string together a sentence to save your life? I mean, you could well enough when we met. If I remember well, you could speak a little bit. When we met, I thought you were fluent initially. So that's not entirely true. I think you are being too hard on yourself. Stuff is in the way. Yeah, that happens. Get out of my way, stuff that's in the way. That's the only way that be. Right, and we do have like a half shelf here that needs to move. First things first. No, we won't go with X. Well, though, I guess we could just... eat? Yeah. Right. No, I just need a shelf. Uh-huh. How am I going to do this? How do I want to do this? Yeah. I think we can have... belt beam. Like that. That's a bit too far. Oh gosh. What's going on here? Maybe if I can see the top it will be easier. Yeah, far easier. So it just needs to be doing what I want it to do. It's weird how speaking and understanding a language are different skills, yeah. You could watch movies in English long before you could have a conversation. Yeah, honestly, like most of my, I'd say, like with Twitch, my English, like reading skills improved drastically. Like from like good to fluent. And my speaking skill is kinda getting there, but not quite. I mean, I'm mostly fluent, but I have these, every now and then, this really weird brain fart where I'm like, oh gosh, there's a word I can't remember for the life of me. But that changed with streaming. I was way less good at speaking before I streamed in English. Wasn't bad at it, but it was much less fluid, basically. Je parle un petit peu, mais pas assez pour converser. J'oublie trop de mots et de conjugaison. Et la conjugaison au futur est trop difficile. That's about the extent of what you can do. Yeah, but that's good enough to... That's good enough to be understood. It's not perfect French, you know? But it's totally good enough to be understood. And at the end of the day, if you want to have a conversation, that's all that matters. You learned English entirely through watching TV, so you had the opposite experience. You could speak, but could barely read. And certainly not write it. But same, like, listening and understanding what you're listening to and speaking is a different skill. For me, listening is closer to, like, reading, for example. Whereas formulating something is a slightly different skill, in my opinion. I was struggling more with, like, formulating stuff than reading or listening to anything. Like, I could understand everything. And, like, when I started, like, commonly using Twitch, I started learning, like, colloquialisms, expressions, these kind of things that I never learned before you speak or hear people speaking, like, in everyday life, right? That's what really changed for me with using Twitch. Even in movies, you don't so much use these expressions or, like, slang, this kind of stuff, right? Oh, we need to be careful with that because we haven't connected it yet. Yeah. So let's remove this. Also, we bring money on there, which is definitely not gonna be that belt. Also, I fell. With French, you have the opposite problems. Since you learned it at school, you have an easier time with the written and understanding part of it. Yeah, that makes sense. You learned almost exclusively from movies and games. You were supposed to be learning German in class, but that was a disaster. I did learn German in class, but, like, I mean, at some point, so I was very lucky that my mom from her workplace had a way to relatively, well, not too expensively, let's say, affordably for them at least, um, have what we call séjour linguistique, so like linguistic travel. I don't know if it exists in other countries. I suppose it does, probably. But it's like you go to another country and you're gonna have like language courses. It's not Erasmus, no. It's stuff you can do as young as like 14 years old. I think I started. It's basically like summer school or like summer camp, I guess. Where you're going to go in a country, in a city, you have a teacher with the group, and you're gonna go visit, and you're going to have what's slightly different is that you're gonna have classes, language classes, every day a little bit, and a lot of the time you're going to, like, at least in the evening, be within a family, right? So it's not quite au pair because you have this group where you have like activities with the group, but you're within a family all evening basically, and depending on the format it can be like a little bit less activities with the group but a little bit more time with family. And so I did that like in Germany initially, and then well, I went to Canada, I went to San Francisco, I went to Ireland. So in English-speaking countries. And so I was really lucky that she could relatively affordably get access to these things for me. And so when I was doing that, when I was going to Germany with that system, then, so the funny part is, so I had German in class, right? Which was like my first language in class. But when I would come back from Germany, like at the beginning of the school year, I would be better than in German than at the end of the school year, right? So I'd be having like, so in France we, when you grade evaluations, it's like a grade out of 20. So at the beginning of the year I would have like 16, 17 out of 20. And at the end of the year I would have like 12 to 14, you know, which is good, but relatively average. And at the beginning of the year I would be better in German than one of my friends whose mom was German. And who like spoke German at home, which was kind of funny. So yeah, and so yeah, when you go to the country and you practice the language, you get so much better so quickly. So wait, I missed a bunch of chat here. There were long messages, I couldn't read it while talking. So for some bizarre reason, the future tense breaks your brain and you just cannot fucking remember how to do it. Maybe because you had the least coding in it. It's ridiculous. Well, it's also a tense we use a little bit less, so that kind of makes sense. Depends on the group, whether first, second, or third group. First is really easy because it's like a hypothetical tense, but without S, like manger, mangerai versus mangerai. Yeah. But for other groups, it's harder because the base word changes, like revenir, reviendrai. Speaking of, you don't remember the difference between second group and third group in the future? I don't quite. Yeah, the third group is the group where things are completely irregular. Um, I don't know if there's a rule for future on second group, probably. That says, I find French pronunciation super hard, especially remembering when things are silent. That might be the hardest part, remembering when things are silent and when they connect and you suddenly are supposed to be saying them. Yeah. Uh, so, so yeah, so second group is the thing in ear, which is a bit more systematic, but I don't know if there are like if the future is regular for them, possibly. It's probably regular. For you, it's part of knowing when to use the base verb and when to use the new base, and then remembering which suffixes to use. But then also the irregular verbs just fuck you up, yeah. On this other one, apparently second group is mostly ear, yeah. Yeah, but that's at the present, or infinitive in this case, right? Um, but then the question is, how does that translate to the future? Is it always the same form? I can't quite remember off the top of my head, to be honest. The unlearning language ends up mimicking, don't worry too much. I mean, yeah, but having rules helps, especially when you don't practice a lot. That's the problem. If you don't practice a lot, knowing rules helps you remember. If you practice a lot, then you gain an intuition for it, and then you don't need the rules anymore. It's also part of why it's hard for you, yeah. Uh, Mustany recommended you trying to read Le Petit Prince as a practice, and you pretty much failed at even that. I mean, Le Petit Prince is it's a children's book, but for a children's book, it's how to say this? It's relatively higher language because it's a beautifully written one, right? So but it's a little bit complex, right? It's like I don't know what age you would read the Le Petit Prince. You know when you would enjoy Zeta and that Phoebe would definitely wouldn't enjoy? Le Prince de Mots Tordus. Though it might fuck with your brain a little bit, because it's all puns. It's 100% puns. The thing is, you've never enjoyed French as a language, so if you compare it to how easy it was for you to learn English, or even easy as it is for you to get the hang of most other languages, it's very frustrating how difficult French is for you. Yeah, it's always easier to learn something you enjoy. Le Petit Prince was cute. Fuck that rose though. Yeah, Petit Prince is super cute. The rose is a little bit abusive. No, just fucking no. You think what would piss you off in learning French would be the conservative and pretentious and racist jurists? It's something that's a little bit frustrating, even as a French person, is that, you know, you have, for a lot of people, and in particular neurodivergent people, like ADHD and stuff like that, they fuck with you being too able to learn or remember all the rules of, like, orthography in particular. Grammar in particular. And so sometimes you mess up a grammar rule that's kind of obscure and changes like nothing, like you miss an S in a word that wouldn't be pronounced anyway, or whatever. Especially like an S in your future tense, you know. And you have people who get super like, oh, like, you're French, you should be able to conjugate perfectly, do perfect grammar 100% of the time. Fuck you. Like, I'm allowed to make mistakes. You know? And people judge you, really. But in a way, that's how French as a language was designed. There is some... When French was created as a unified language, like if you look at very old authors, like for example Sans conscience n'est que ruine de l'âme, in its original text doesn't look anything like French. It's like fiance, fan, confiance, like the S sounds is an F actually, how it's written. Ruine is a Y in there. And every author had their own orthography. And every author had their own grammar. And sometimes from one text to the next, they would change their rules that they were using. And so basically it was mostly phonetic. And so at some point, the king at the time was like, okay, we need to standardize that so we may be able to teach the same language to everybody. And so if somebody in the opposite side of France writes something for administration, for example, that's important. If somebody on one side of the country writes something, a text about how to administer the land, people on the other side of the country need to be able to read and understand it relatively easily. Of course, that's true for educated people mostly, which at the time was definitely not everybody. That came in later, education for everyone. But even for educated people, if you don't have a unified language, that the people who actually learn to write and read it can't all understand what they're writing or reading. So they created the French Academia, and in the text of the Academia, when they designed French, they talk about their reasoning, why they picked this rule, why they picked this orthography or these kind of things, right? And one thing they say is they wanted to have a complex enough grammar that you would be at a glance able to recognize whether the person writing was a noble or a peasant. they wanted it to be like complex enough that even a like relatively educated peasant would have a hard time grasping the fine points of the rules because they maybe hadn't studied for decades the thing. It's like, that's not a great way to do things from our perspective. And of course, because you can't just like rewrite the language on a whim, we still have that. What they designed to be difficult to learn still is part of the language because it's very hard to get rid of the grammar, the orthography. Even me, if you tell me, hey, we're gonna change the grammar, I'm like, fuck you, I spent decades learning that grammar. You expect me to relearn everything? That's... Please don't. So it's difficult to simplify a language. You know what it reminds you of? Texts of law that are made complicated for no reason so people understand them. Yeah, in a way, yeah. Although a lot of the times texts of law get complicated because it needs to be extremely specific formulations to be precise and based on like other laws that like if this thing has been designated by this text of law to be named like that, then another text of law that would accidentally name something the same would throw chaos into the legal system, basically. Either create an accidental loophole or create confusion by having two things named the same or whatever. Or by accidentally referring to something that you didn't intend to, you might have side effects. So sometimes they need to be extremely specific, but yes, also sometimes they just write complicated to confuse people. Or make the rules complicated so people don't use them, or something like that. Unless they have the means to work with an expert. Like they often do that for like finance laws in particular, where like if you have the means to pay an expert, then you can probably not pay taxes because you can exploit all the loopholes. Yeah, but that means that only the rich don't pay taxes. It was phonetic and they made it less so. Yeah. Um yeah, like the language had no grammar. So if there was no given way to write a sound, there was no rule as to how to write a sound. So they would like there were several like there is already several ways to write a sound, but there was no rule as to what letters you would use to write that sound. You need to get a hold of a time machine to slap someone. No, but in a way, they simplified stuff. That's the crazy part. That was a simplification effort in many ways, but also they decided to make it complex enough that it wasn't too simple. Because, fuck the peasants. They made it obtuse and dumb for the sole purpose of showing off a little bit. I think more to for the sole purpose of discriminating, but I guess showing off also is part of it. I'm explaining it much more eloquently than you. Nah, I'm just being more detailed. Um, when they made French simpler, like nénuphar, oignon. So you were like, no, not onion, what the fuck? But then you got used to, and your brain figured it was a good thing. Some people will stay reactionary. I mean, I don't even think it's reactionary. It's like you got trained like for decades to learn a rule. You can't be asked to abandon it from one day to the next. Like it looks wrong to you, and there's even if logically you're like, yeah, I guess it doesn't make a difference. I guess it's okay to change the rule to be like that. Your brain looks at it and it's like, oh no, this is wrong. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's because you got trained to do that. You made a lot of effort to do that. We can blame people for having put in the effort to teach themselves this. Um, so I think it's only normal that they would look at it and be like, that just looks ugly to me. You remember the riot we threw when they tried to get